Welcome all, and thank you, DM, for joining.
Well, no problem.
So, I have a couple topics we're going to hopefully get covered tonight. Uh, we have the California versus, uh, I forget who he was, but magazine ban, which was the reason why we had California Freedom Week 1.0. And we had some nice oral arguments on Thursday in this case, and the judges seem to ask harder questions. And if you just go by questioning what the judges threw out, you think they're leaning pro 2A. Hopefully, they're leaning pro 2A. And so I'm probably going to play a little bit of that, and we can kind of discuss it. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's over an hour long. Um, and then we'll probably discuss um, Remington situation in New York and why Como decides that he will not accept help from a 2A company, and the media decides, hey, we don't need to cover this at all. Let's just let all the YouTubers discuss this. So let's say welcome to Mr. F&H out in the audience. Mad Sexy, yo, what's up? Mad says that he didn't buy any magazines during Freedom 1.0. Well, Californians spent, what, $33 million during 1.0. Now, if Freedom Week 2.0 comes about, how much money are they going to spend, and will the country have enough alleged assault weapons to cover the supply that's going to be needed to flood California? So there, there's questions on that, which hopefully we get to hear oral arguments soon over the alleged assault weapons ban, which I didn't know an inanimate object could commit a action without the rendering assistance of a human being. Mr. F&A says Three Stooges are on now.
I have a confession I have to make. I have sinned against the 40 collective. I bought a 9 millimeter.
Yeah, that's right. We're we're looking at a um, 9 millimeter. The wife is really liking maybe to get a 9 millimeter.
Yeah, I picked up a Taurus TH9 just so when I take new shooters to the range, I don't have to rent a 9 millimeter anymore for them to try.
Okay, welcome Ozzy. So this is the video And this is the oral arguments that were done on Thursday. And I'm going to skip forward a little bit.
Can you turn up the volume on the video a little bit?
It's low quality. I've got mine maxed. And yeah. Well, let's see if I can. So he's arguing that, well, we can just, force that all magazines will be 10 rounders. Well, everywhere else in the free country, like most guns, and the judge that was just talking, she's going to refer to a G17 and talk about how it comes with a 17 round magazine. So, it's like, and I don't agree with the fact that we're going to call them large capacity magazines. No, they're standard capacity anywhere outside of California and any other state that has a 10 round mag ban. Yeah, there are guns that do come with 10 rounds or less. Most of those are single stack. 1911s and your newer Glocks, the 40, the 43, the 43X, 48. I mean, if you look at the 45, that comes with a 17 round, and that's a single stack. So, yes, there are, but under the way they want, they are saying, hey, yeah, you can keep that 17 round magazine, but you have to take and pay a fee to have that mag, pinned so it cannot accept that 11th round because, well, that 11th round becomes a nuclear weapon and destroys everybody. So I'm just hoping that these three judges decide that the Constitution is, definitely needs to be held up, and under Heller, they ruled that if it's commonly owned and commonly possessed by the majority or mass, that it cannot be banned. Well, standard capacity magazines, most guns are produced outside of, California and Massachusetts that have 10 round mag bans. There's probably a couple more. Vanessa says that special class of citizen can buy the capacities greater than 10 rounds here in Connecticut. So Connecticut's another commie state that does not trust its subjects. But if the Ninth Circuit rules that California is wrong and they can't, that this law is illegal, and says, yeah, everyone can go back to owning 13 round mags, 17 round mags, 15, whatever the manufacturer decides that they want to manufacture their firearm with. Once it happens in the ninth, it will become precedent standard for other areas to say, hey, we're going to challenge this in our courts. And, it'd be hard to overturn, because this is out of the ninth. So if the first district court would to review this, it's going to be harder for them to go, hey, yeah, well, we're going to overturn this. Well, then you're going to be setting up automatic that it's going to go in front of the Supreme Court and be heard there.
Yeah, that's why these lawsuits are so important, to help set precedents.
So here, I'm going to skip. So when they were doing the oral arguments, they were having technical difficulties. So sometimes you hear the fade in and out. It's not my connection, it's theirs. And he was saying that the large capacity magazines were for military use. They were never intended for the average person. That they're designed to, kill as many people as fast as possible. I'm pretty sure that's not what they were ever, because most people aren't looking, hey, well, we're just going to go kill people. No, they're, even the military guys don't want to go kill people. Yes, they're going to defend their own life. They're going to defend the lives of, people. They're not out there looking to kill people. So arguing that, hey, they were designed to just go murder people is not, in my opinion, the correct way of arguing that. That was a great question by the judge, and great statement that in a case of a home invasion, it is not guaranteed that there's going to be one person, one firearm. There could be multiple people, multiple weapons. So then trying to say, okay, well, you only get 10 shots. Well, if you're asleep, you're not going to just wake up and be able to perform at the top of your game. It's just not going to happen. Mad Sexy says, I'm a lousy shot. I need a 100-round drum. And guy that comments is completely correct. There's, pump actions and lever guns that hold more than 10 rounds. I have a KSG that even if you run 3-inch, you're still pulling 12 plus 1. Well, that's 13, so I'm pretty sure that's greater than 10. And then if you run 2.5 in there, you're running 14 plus 1. And if you run minis, you have 22 plus 1, 24 plus 1. So, yeah.
Luna Moonlight is wondering what this channel is about.
So, Luna, we are doing 2A and trying to bring awareness to a lot of the 2A situations that are going on and discussing the way of helping to promote and educate more people on 2A issues and bring it to being a more accepted in our society that we are in now, that it's not just evil people that are the ones with firearms. I mean, we've got massive amounts of new firearm owners just in the month of March. So we need to educate and help promote 2A and bring attention to like ongoing court cases that are going on to help save the 2A community. Roll call saying he's proud of us doing live streams. Yes, thank you, Roll call. And again, guys, there is a link out in the chat at the beginning if you guys want to jump on and promote anything that's 2A related. We can definitely have you come on and discuss it. And I can drop the link back in. So, on this case, I'm going to jump ahead to
they're not, and so the pauses really are not 10 seconds. As Henry, that's why you could. You can have as many 10-round mags. And the reason, and that's another part, many people can fire more than 10 rounds. They just have to reload. But the reason why we need to, like Sanders decided to break up the number of rounds per magazine, that we want to require as many pauses in mass shootings as possible. These pauses save lives. They save lives in Vegas. They save lives in Thousand Oaks, as the record shows. destabilized in Tucson when the shooter.
So wasn't there some record though about that a lot of these mass shooters don't even shoot very fast? I remember reading something along those lines to say that they're taking longer in terms of shot. You know, they're not, and so the pauses really are really there isn't evidence. It's not the evidence isn't uncontroverted that the pauses really make a difference.
Even if it is controversial, the state is entitled to that. I think Your Honor is referring to some research conducted by Gary Fleck, one of plaintiff's experts. That particular research has been subject to significant scrutiny. There were many mass shootings that occurred in multiple places, and in total, the total time, and then averaged out the time for a shot, produced completely incredible results.
Trying to say that they want the pauses, and that's why we can only limit to 10 because we need as many pauses in a mass shooting. Well, most people can reload one magazine to the next in a second or two. It's not very long. And then if you get the more and more practice you get, the quicker you're going to become. You know, you can make it where it's almost like super unreasonable on that 10 round isn't going to make any difference on, because it would just be almost flawless on going from one round to the next, you know, and from one magazine to the next magazine. So it comes with practice. But to be able to say, well, we can limit because we think that's going to do something. Well, it doesn't, because they've had mass shootings, where they were using 10 round magazines and reloading. So 10 round magazines aren't going to stop mass shootings. Mass shootings are only going to be stopped by bringing back mental health help, and, you know, being able to free up and take away these so-called gun-free zones, which is just victim zones. You get caught in a gun-free zone during a mass shooting, you're just a victim because you legally can't have your firearm, and if you have it and you use it, you could end up going to prison. How is that helpful? I see Walter Davis is in the house. Gun-loving grandpa is in the house. Hey, Buck. So I responded to your email, Buck. I don't know if you have seen my response. Yes, mass shootings are best stopped by somebody else with a firearm.
Well, that's true. They're usually stopped by the first gun that shows up. So if it's a gun-free zone, there isn't a gun there to stop them.
And most law enforcement is 7 minutes minimum response time. That's a lot of reloads. A lot of magazine changes. So, do you have any comments on this? What you've heard so far, DM?
Not really. I can't actually hear a lot of it because the volume is so low. But from what I can pick up, it's the same arguments you hear again and again, where guns are bad. It's arguments based on feelings and not really on facts.
Yes, that's a lot of this it's based on feelings. Well, I don't remember when a feeling could override a right. I'm going to copy the link and I'm going to post it out there. So if you guys want to watch this, it will be. Mad Sexy said he watched it live. I didn't get to watch it live. I was at work. So I got to catch it later. And then I waited and waited and waited for the 2A. The Daily Shooter on his 2A channel to go live after. And I guess YouTube was blocking him from being able to go live. So he had to do a recorded video on it, which he has talked on this topic. And he has been following this case since the very beginning. And I truly hope California loses this case because it will greatly help the 2A community. And like one of the judges said, you know, you can't guarantee that a home invasion is ever going to be just one person coming in your home. And a lot of people don't go and practice with their defensive weapon. So they kind of need as many rounds as they can. And most people in a defensive situation like that is just going to empty their mag out of fear. Two Gun Kitty is here. Welcome, Two Gun Kitty.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great videos you've been putting out.
Oh, thank you. Unfortunately, I've had a little too much time lately since my place is finally shut down due to the stuff going on.
Yeah, that seems to be the way everybody is right now. They're getting shut down.
Ours was more because of just lack of business, and more particularly branches in other states are just getting creamed. So it just wasn't cost productive for them to stay open. So hopefully we can get through the next week or so with it.
Yep. My only suggestion that I would have on the videos is a microphone.
Yes. Just kind of roughing it right now, getting my feet wet.
Yeah. You might try like a Bluetooth headset that you can use for talking on your phone, just a regular, and so this way the microphone's a little closer to you.
Yeah. Instead of using it off the device, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is the California hearing from the other day
Yeah.
that we're watching.
Yes, this is a California hearing from Thursday morning at 9 a.m. that we've been watching and kind of picking the state's case apart because they want to say, oh, well, anything over 10 rounds is a large capacity magazine. Most manufacturers manufacture with more than 10 rounds. I mean, you go to an STI 2011, they're coming out with more than 10 rounds.
Yeah, it's more standard capacity is 13 rounds and up. The 10 rounds and less, unless you're talking a small single stack, is about the only in a 1911 is about the only way you're going to see that.
Yep. Or a revolver.
Yes, and even revolvers now we're trying to get more rounds in them, as you can see in 7, 8, and I think there's a 10. I think there might be a 10 round. I guess it was very promising that like two of the judges hearing this, one was a Bush appointee and one's a Trump appointee. So I'm pretty confident that it could go two ways way.
Well, the one thing watching the whole entire thing, I watched the whole entire, and all three judges at some point in there stopped California attorney and seemed to put out pro 2A either comments or questions.
Yeah, that's promising. And the biggest argument is like the mass shooting aspect. In reality, the type of shootings they're talking about, how often do they really happen? You know,
Yeah.
it's a rare occurrence, and you're more apt to have home invasions with 3, 4 people occur where you're going to need a 30-round magazine and an AR to repel them. I mean, you know, even law enforcement are not great shots. You know, you look at how many rounds a policeman will get off in an encounter and how many actually hit the assailant unless it's point blank. You know, these people think it's one shot, one kill, like in the movies. In reality, you're lucky if you get 2 hits, you know, out of 10, 12 shots that you get off. It's, you know, they don't understand the reality.
I mean, if we go back to the most recent of the shootings, which was the Texas church shooting, and the guy out of that with the 357 SIG, he fired off 1 round. But again, that comes to the fact he does a lot of training. He owns his own private range where every one of the people that are part of the church that carry firearms, the deacons and stuff, go there to practice, and he trains them. So, yeah, you know, with practice comes, you know, a lot better, you know, perfection, if you want to call it. But when adrenaline kicks in and fear kicks in and all your emotions are there, you know, it does come back to muscle memory.
Yeah.
And if you're not practicing, you're not building that muscle memory.
And not just like you touched on the adrenaline. It's you know, how do you react to stress? I mean, a lot of people just shooting at a simple target or, you know, in a training class can be proficient, but do they handle real stress? And you don't know until it happens.
Exactly. You'll never know. And hopefully, God forbid that none of us are ever in the situation that we have to find out how we're going to react in that situation. Because that's going to be one hell of a day.
Yeah, no, that's the, you know, one hole you don't want to go down. Because, you know, like when been to the U.S. Law Shield seminars, and you know they talk about, you know, a shooting and what to do when it happens and the police arrive, and it's like, you know, when you're making that call to them about it, they say tell them to send multiple ambulances, because you know you need one yourself even though you're not injured, because you're going to be mentally scarred, and you know you got to be thinking, you know, what the effects are going to be on you. Then you're going to have to deal with the law and how they handle it.
My one piece of it, probably advice to everyone who is either just now getting into owning a firearm or who does carry every day. protect yourself and get carry insurance.
It's
USCCA is a great company. It's like $30 a month, a million dollar coverage, $1 million+ coverage base.
Yeah, U.S. Law Shield, I think they're about 12 to 13 a month, and then you can add add-ons that will bump it up. They just made it where you can get the bond and special witness add-on to it. So that's one thing that with U.S. Law Shield is they have some things you can add on. So if you're on a budget, you can go with the low level, which still is very good coverage. And if you want to add the other perks, it's very reasonable. But there's I think another company out there that's supposed to be good, but I can't think of their name.
I have CCW Safe.
That's I think what I was thinking of.
Yeah, and I'm happy with them. Luckily I haven't ever had to use them. But with each company, they do their programs a little bit different. So if you're looking into self-defense insurance, make sure to read what they cover, what they don't cover. Some will supply their own lawyers. Some will cover whatever lawyer you pick. Some will have a list of lawyers you can do. Some will fly a lawyer out to you right then. Some will reimburse you afterwards. So just make sure you read to see what they cover, what they don't cover, compared to other companies that you're looking at.
I think you're starting to see where they're competing against each other and adopting the best things that other companies are providing. So I think you're going to see them being very competitive and improving their coverage across the board.
I do know that USCCA has started covering red flag situations.
I think U.S. Law Shield is also.
And they also have on there for restoration of rights through USCCA. So if you would to, God forbid, get your gun taken from you, and they will help you get your rights back, so if you get red flagged or, some of those others, they'll fight to help you get your rights back. And, they'll pay your bond up front. I think they got $150,000 bond and lawyer detainer fee for up front. So they'll get, bam, right off the bat, they're going to get you a lawyer, and they're going to pay your bond, right? And it's all in the $30 plan. And
I think do they also do the special witness? Because I think they might have been the original one that provided that.
Yeah, I do believe. If you look at their list of stuff they cover and everything, it's 6 pages long, I believe. Under subsections and everything.
Now, are they in? They're not in all 50 states, I don't believe, because I think they're not in Washington anymore.
No, under what was it, 1639? They got kicked out of Washington. I do believe they are trying to fight to get back in.
Well, it was before 1639 for the Attorney General said it was illegal because they're insuring an illegal act. So if somebody commits murder and then tries to use them to say it was self-defense, that would be an illegal act. And that's what they used to kick them out of the state.
Well, that could easily be shown that no, we're not gonna back them if something like I mean, yeah, they may. Okay, you could say, "Oh, this was justified," blah blah, and yeah, so they post your bond, you know, and they get you an attorney, and then during the police investigation, it comes out to find out that no, you were wrong. You know, they're going to revoke your bond, and they're going to stop paying for your attorney. So then you're going to be out all that, and you're going to be right back in jail. Because the moment they revoke your bond, they're going to take you right to jail.
Now, what do you think the ramifications, if this does go to the two-way in that the lawsuit in California, will it be able to establish precedent in other states like Massachusetts and Colorado that have the magazine restrictions?
Yes, because this is under the ninth district, court for under the Superior Court or Supreme Court. So you're going to set precedent, and they can then use this case to show, hey, it's already been overturned. It's already been ruled. And so, what you're going to see is if it passes and it's, California loses, you're going to see states like Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Colorado, and stuff just immediately abandon the 10 round because they're not going to want to try fighting it and lose.
Well, someone will have to file, I think, a lawsuit first for them to probably abandon.
Maybe, but I think they'll see that what my feeling is if California loses, and if California loses, I do believe that California is going to immediately file an appeal to take it on bonk. So to take it to the full ninth district in front of all judges. And if they lose there, I'm pretty sure they may drop it at that point because I don't think they're going to want to try going in front of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I don't think they would either. And then there's no guarantee that the Supreme Court would hear it either if they tried to bump it up there.
Yeah.
And the other thing will be is, will this have kind of a foreshadow the outcome of the assault weapons ban in California that's also being taken up?
Oh, I completely think that if this is one and that California loses, because right now we got the same judge that caused California 1.0 Freedom Week
right
over the MAG, who's ruling over the AWB ban. So Judge Benitez is going to be hearing oral arguments on the AWB, and so my almost opinion is he's going to rule the same way as he did for California 1.0. Now, will he grant a stay on his judgment? I'm not sure because California, tried to already file the injunction to, pre-hearing to say, hey, well, if you do rule their way, we want your decision set aside. So they're kind of almost saying that, yeah, we know we're going to lose this to you, but we want to tie the judge's hands. And that could, really irritate a judge.
Yes.
And so he threw that out. He said, no, that's not going to happen. We're not even going to hear this. And so, after he makes his ruling, if they file again to have, an injunction to stop it, does he say, you know what? No, it's not going to happen. We're just going to let this go until, you appeal my decision.
Has there been any insight on the New York Supreme Court case since they heard the arguments on that? I think they're still projecting a summer decision on that.
Last I heard was late May to early July before they're going to have probably a ruling on that. But I haven't heard anything new on it.
Yeah, that's kind of been kind of quiet, I think. I know here we still have, the governor has a semi-closure of the gun shops and full closure of all the gun ranges under her emergency order. Some of the gun shops are still able to be open for LEO, and I think they can complete transfers and if you had something that was on layaway. So some are open part-time, I think, because of that. And some is just, I think, closed outright till something's settled on it. But, everyone's talking about these, like New York, New Jersey. But, we're kind of like been on the back burner and still under the governor oppression.
Yeah. I know that here in Oregon, all ours are open. If they want to be open, they're open. And I was in one of my little local gun shops yesterday because I was looking for some gun butter. And we were discussing that when this first happened, they had a big run and, they sold out of almost everything. But now they've been pretty dead lately and they're just not getting many people in there.
The local shop that I like to go to, they closed, but they were still doing by appointment, and they stopped that. I think yesterday, the governor put out a basically a snitch hotline, so you can report businesses that aren't supposed to be open, they're non-essential, that are still open, and they're afraid that if the state comes down on them, they can actually lose their FFL. So they decided just to completely close until this is all over.
Here, the governor sent the state police to the stores and, told them they had to close. They were only allowed to do LEO and, the limited transfers. They couldn't do regular open for retail business. And that's when, like I say, a lot of them kind of altered how they were going to do it. So the governor here uses the state police like her personal Gestapo. Like a female, like Mussolini or Hitler.
That's the way Turd Brown is here in Oregon. And on some things, and I'm kind of surprised that she hasn't tried to, force the gun owners, the gun stores and stuff to close. But I think that she understands how big of a problem that would be if she tried to do something like that.
Yeah, I think it just matters what they feel pushback. It's nice to see, I think, the NRA is filed suits against some of the states that have done it, and they've backed down. But like I say, this one's New Mexico's kind of fallen through the cracks on that. So hopefully we're going to be one of the next ones that they try and attack her on it. But it's she's just got this attitude that she doesn't care. She does what she wants. And,
Have you emailed the FPC? Because I've noticed that the NRA only jumped on this last one because like SAF was involved, GOA was involved, FPC, and so then the NRA said, okay, well, we're going to jump on and,
Okay. I did. They had sent like an email out, asking people to do that. So I did reply to that.
Yeah, I stick, I read all the like FPC emails and the GOA emails. I haven't got on the SAF email list, which I guess we're just using abbreviations.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people in here know what those are.
Yeah.
But for the new gun owners that may not understand, GOA is Gun Owners of America. FPC is the Firearm Policy Coalition. And SAF is the Second Amendment Foundation.
And, for any new gun owners, they also want to look into finding what their local gun rights groups are. They may or may not be affiliated with NRA. I know the New Mexico Sporting Association, they're tied to the NRA, but, they do a lot of lobbying up at the State House. So it's important to know if you have a good local one, if you can support them as well as these national.
I know, like here in Oregon, we have OFF, which is the Oregon Firearm Federation, who does a lot of our local Pro 2A, and I think they're under like the GOA. They kind of back the GOA for their stuff.
Now, locally, do you have like anyone that grades politicians on their two-way stance? Here we have Stephanie Lord of Pro Gun Woman. She's been doing that because she could not do something with advocating people, but she was able to do a grading system, and we'll give them like an A, B, C, D, E, F type rating, and she was pretty up to date on that. But I guess she's decided to run for a local office, so she's going to have to put that on hold. But it's nice if we can get unbiased opinions on local politicians if they're truly two-way advocates or just blowing smoke.
Here, I know at least one of the guys that are doing it is Sam Carpenter, but he does try to run for things, and he tries to promote certain candidates, and I'm not 100% sure that he's like completely unbiased, but the one thing is he does put out the voting records. So if they are, already in office, you can get their voting record. But if they're, just running against like an incumbent, somebody who's already in office, you're not going to be able to kind of really understand where they're coming from. I hope Walter has a good dinner. It looks like he's running off to eat some dinner. So,
yeah, we're going to probably order some stuff pretty soon. Speaking of that, last night is was kind of appalled, with stuff that's been going on, people doing a lot more takeout. Just the behavior of people at these places is frustrating. Had numerous people just, berating the girl that was handling the orders and stuff at the place I went to, and they give them a hard time because of the long waits when these places aren't necessarily set up for takeout, and you got to realize that going into it ordering, and people just gotta lighten up and take a breath and be happy that they're able to get something. And dining out isn't a necessity, it's a luxury. And you can cook at home, so there's if it's that big of a deal, don't order out. You're going to have long waits now, so don't be causing these people any more grief than what they need.
And if you are going to order out and you want something fast, that's kind of the reason why there's fast food, that are set up, that have been doing, you want pizza, you want it fast, on average, your Domino's, your Little Caesars, your Pizza Huts, those are national, and large companies that are designed to be able to get the orders in and out in a hurry.
Yeah, and even those places are getting slammed and going at a slower rate.
Oh yeah.
It's just, people got to realize you're not going to get that 15 to 30 minute order and go pick it up. If you order it, expect it's going to be about an hour. Even that place is designed for it. You just got to expect that now. It's like, we don't need to start turning on each other and over stupid stuff.
Yeah, I know if I was an owner of a business, it would be really hard I would never allow my employees to be berated.
It was sad.
And
sad.
So, or belittled. And if that was the case, I would just, look right at the customer and say, you know what? Here's a full refund. Get the hell out of my restaurant and don't come back.
Yeah, that's what was kind of needed. I bit my tongue. Because I was carrying, so I don't want to get into some stupid argument with someone. And but it's like, there was like 3 people that are bugging the girl, and then finally they canceled their order. And I'm just saying to myself, you're canceling your order, and to go get something somewhere else, you're going to be back in that same loop of wait time. So what did you just accomplish acting like a 2-year-old? And then you got the Grubhub people, there to pick up stuff, and they're giving, the girl a hard time. It's like, chill out. It is what it is.
Yep. I don't have a problem speaking my mind. I honestly, I don't give a crap what somebody else thinks. And I was at a convenience store, Spinks, back in South Carolina, and there was a girl that was being trained, and you could clearly see on her name tag it said trainee.
Training, yeah.
And this lady was being extremely rude to her, and I didn't notice that there was a law enforcement officer inside the store. I didn't care. I went off on the lady and told her how, she was just being a complete and total rude bitch. And, I was like, how would you like it if you were new in a company and people came in and started yelling at you, and everything. And then I went to pay for my soda and get a pack of cigarettes, and the store manager just said, you know what, it's free. Thank you for sticking up for us. because we can't say this kind of stuff that you just said to her.
Yeah.
And as I walked out the door, the police officer was like, "Thank you," and he was just kind of, glad that people were standing up and everything. He didn't, if it would have gotten to a bad situation, sometimes you're going to have to just, if you're carrying, you just got to say, you know what, it's not worth it, and walk away.
Walk away, yeah.
But, never just stand there and let somebody be belittled. You can say, hey, that's just completely uncalled for.
Yeah, that's a good point. Next, 'cause I'm sure it's not going to be the first time that happens. It's almost like every time you go out now, it's you're seeing something. So definitely will, say something in their defense then.
Yeah. At least that's kind of my opinion on it. And everyone has to do it what they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I don't have a prick in my mind, but like I said, I'm a little defensive, just because also here you don't know what type of crazy people you're dealing with locally. But it just so people need to sometimes get a reality check and have someone say, "Hey, chill out."
Sometimes I'll talk to the person that was chewed out, and just let them know that they weren't doing anything wrong or whatever, and that'll usually help make them feel better, because they're usually have to stand there and then take it, and it wasn't their fault. You don't know what the hell that other person's problem was.
Yep. I used to work in a convenience store, and it was nice, kind of, because the owner of the company just backed off and said, you know what, you run the store however you feel. And so I didn't take crap from anybody. I used to tell people all the time that there was 5 words that linked together to make a sentence that everyone had to remember when they came in that door. I am God in here, period. And people would be like, well, I'm going to call your boss, or, I'm going to tell your boss. And I would speed dial my boss and be like, here you go. You want to tell him what? But that's not the situation for everybody when you're dealing with the public, that they can't, because a lot of companies have policies against, and it sucks that people have to sit there and just take, this abuse, and even in normal times. And when now we got situations where, oh yeah, you have, we're under lockdown pretty much. Everyone has to remember there's stress for everybody.
At night, I will not let somebody chew out the checkers, or somebody that I'm in charge of. I'll head them off, and then just kind of you play it by ear. Sometimes the person that's upset is just having a bad day, and you can kind of tell sometimes, so you can help calm them down. Or if they're just a complete asshole, then I'll cut it off right there and tell them it's time to go. And if they ask for the manager, I tell them I am the manager. They say they want to go above me, I tell them no, it's time for you to go.
Yep.
Well, I'm getting the notice from my wife. I'm gonna go get dinner. Thanks for allowing me on, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of the weekend.
You're welcome, and thanks for entertaining us with your videos, and glad that I've seen you've picked up a few new subscribers lately.
Yeah, that's always a plus. So, it gives you a little encouragement going forward. All right. Well, everyone, take care.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Yes. Midnight, I see your comments. I kind of have been ignoring the people in the audience. So yeah, a lot of places won't allow employees to defend themselves against verbal attacks, and it sucks that the companies say, "Hey, you can't do it," and it's a lot because the sue happy people are gonna, oh, I started something, but now my feelings are hurt, so I'm gonna turn around and sue. Well, don't start something that you can't handle if somebody else, you know, can make you cry because they hit you with facts. You know, it it, it kind of is that way.
I'm kind of lucky because the store manager, anytime I get into it with a customer, I'll usually let him know, hey, you might get a call. This or that happened, and he'll usually just tell me, he trusts what I'm doing, and it's not a problem.
No, there is not a hatred for my viewers, Midnight.
No, just you.
I was going on a tangent, and I did ignore the audience. Hello, Mystic. I see 38 partisans out there. Guess I should go back and see what kind of comments are. Midnight says that they've dealt with a few assholes too, but not many. Well, that's good. But yeah, more people, it seems like, now that you're told you have to stay home, are, well, we're going to go to fast food restaurants, or we're going to go out to eat all the time. Well, you weren't doing that a week before this situation happened, so why are you going to do it now? Don't let circumstances change your behavior. And there's absolutely no reason that you need to belittle or harass people that are there to help you. They're there to give you coffee or food.
My
Kingpin says that Midnight's his favorite person that hates him.
my basic philosophy is you don't have to like anybody you don't want to like. Just don't be a dick.
Yep. Grim's out there. He's been here for a while, and I never said hi to him, so I guess I should probably say hi, Grim. Mystic says Midnight's easy to ignore. I could just say, Midnight, how does it feel to have the shoe on the other foot? Because there's times I comment and he just ignores me. But I'm going to check and see if Gun-Loving Grandpa has responded to my response to him. Was someone just talking, he says. Midnight. Guess not. Where's your wife to get you under control, Midnight? Where's Mia? Still waiting for Mia to come on and tell her drunk story.
Well, why doesn't Midnight come on and tell the story? He was there.
Because he's busy doing dishes.
Ah,
Mystic says she got smart and left. Wow, I feel the love tonight. Mia will tell the truth, Kingpin says. Well, if she did actually hit you, which I would never believe that she would do something, she's so sweet and innocent, that you probably deserved it. I'm just saying. Dishes are done. He's going to clean her carry gun. Well, that's a good husband. You should definitely clean it, oil it, and make sure everything is functioning correctly.
that or it's code for sexy time.
Don't kid yourself. There's no takeout at Waffle House. You know, I've never. I do believe there is takeout at Waffle House. There's at least, take whatever's left over. So if they have, leftover trays, they should have takeout trays. It's all fuzzy. It needs it. Kingpin says Mia's going to be his co-host someday. Hey, Kingpin, I have a bet for you. She'll be my co-host before she's your co-host. And Kingpin's already in trouble with Mystic. See, Mystic already knows that she has an open invitation to my channel anytime she wants. So maybe Kingpin should actually do some streams so that he can prove that Mystic has the ability to be a co-host. Oh, ouch. Mystic says that she doesn't want to be Kingpin's co-host. So is there any questions out in the audience for either Mr. Faust or myself? So I mentioned it earlier, kind of about Remington being screwed over by Como. He's out there crying that they need more ventilators and more PPE. And Remington says, hey, we got a 1 million square foot facility that we're ready to start making ventilators and PPE and hospital beds and whatever else is needed. And they said that middle of March, and have never heard anything back from Como. So why is that? And then why is none of the mainstream media even discussing this and bringing this up? It has to be YouTubers like Jared on Guns and Gadgets and Mike on Budget Guns and Gear, and then myself and other people that are bringing this up on the YouTube. And you don't hear about it on any local news. Cairo 7 did a story about it, which was great for Cairo 7, but they're you still aren't hearing it on CNN or MSNBC or any of those other channels. Fox News, I haven't heard anything on Fox News. So it's like, why is no one wanting to discuss this? Mia finally showed up in the house.
Yeah, Cuomo was yelling at Trump for not sending equipment, and then it turned out there was a bunch of stuff in storage that he wasn't using, and he kind of glossed over that. And he's yelling about this and yelling about that, and he needs to be taken to task by the press, looking at the actions that he's doing and not doing.
Yeah, and the 402 outdoorsman, Remington does need to get the hell out of New York, and I know South Carolina would probably welcome them with open arms, and there's other states that would pretty much welcome them with open arms to have them come and help out, and would allow them to, start producing, like split the facility and say, okay, yeah, you guys can still do like ammunition and stuff, but you need to also, do PPE. I have not heard that one, Kingpin. Como says PPE is being stolen. It doesn't surprise me.
That's another thing that the press was jumping on Trump for saying that the PPE was being stolen in New York, and it's the exact same thing that Cuomo was saying, and they didn't say anything about him.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Mia, about we are, low on ventilators everywhere in the US, but there's a lot of people that are hoarding them, and they're just being stuffed away in storage and stuff, and they're starting to find more and more out there. But also, just because we end up with a surplus of ventilators doesn't mean that we actually have the people properly trained to run them. Yes, Como should be out for a lot of things, but this Remington situation should definitely be a push over the top. But, the more we discuss all this and bring it to light, maybe we can force the mainstream media to bring it to light for everybody else, but I highly doubt it will ever be brought to full light for everybody to understand what's really going on, especially like in New York with places saying, yes, we're going to do it, but because they're 2A, they're being told, no, you cannot do it. Or we're just going to ignore you so that we don't have to tell you no. We're just going to act like we never knew you responded. Yes. Yes, Kingpin. A lot of those left-wing stations are only, let's attack Trump, but there's nothing he can do right. Well, yeah, there's respiratory therapists in every state and everything, but if you're trying to say, one respiratory therapist can manage 100 ventilators at one time, that's going to wear people down thin. Wow. Andrew, was that under Como? The $600 million deal for solar plant went under in a year, and another $400 million on microchip plant that didn't last a year. That
might have been under Obama.
Kingpin says, yep, it was under. Como says, let's kill more babies. But hey, Mia, if you want, you can always come on and discuss, more of your ideas and also tell us the drunk story, because we're still waiting on that. So, but yeah, there's a lot more understanding that yeah, welcome him, Gabriel. And yeah, I mean, the respiratory therapist can, but you're saying 30 vents and 2 therapists, but you're going to have a lot more if they would to start wanting like 30,000 ventilators. Are there enough people to be able to run those 30,000? There's some other people that are saying that we would have a massive shortage of trained people to be able to completely run them So I'm not 100% sure how many people are out there that could run it. Yes, yes, managing time and stuff would also be there, and I think that it could happen if necessary. Yeah, we could manage, and we definitely need more ventilators. I'll never say we don't need more ventilators, because you never know, situations like this, or worse could happen. So yeah, but that also comes with people running, hospitals and stuff. And then a lot of hospitals had to sell off equipment to private companies, or just let them go to garbage, because under Obamacare, they can't afford to manage to keep them up with maintenance and replace them, because of the way the payment is been done. So unless we go back to a private pay system and not keep going socialistic on it, we're never going to get good equipment until emergencies happen, and then we're forced into hoping that we can get great stuff. Yeah, that's really good points, Mia. You know, people can be trained, and if necessary, we can bring in, the doctors in the military and stuff, and have them, that are overseas, that aren't, they're just being stationed in areas that may not be needed. They could be brought back or moved other places to help, train people. No, Kingpin. No. Sorry, I don't care if they're homeless or not. One-way masks are a great thing, and people need to. If you have a first aid CPR kit, invest in one-way mouth and one-way valves, so that you're not actually making contact with their lips or anything, and you're not getting anything blown back into your mouth. Yes, Mia, medical runs very low all the time. I used to work LTC, and you'd be understaffed a lot because people would just call out or not show up, or they just didn't have enough people hired, you know. So I do understand where you're coming on that point. Medical people waste money like crazy. Yes and no, I guess, in certain situations, on how you want to look at it. You have any comments on this, Mr. Faust?
Not really. I'm not knowledgeable in the medical field. That it would be great if Mia would come in because you guys are having a pretty good conversation, and it would be even better if you two were talking directly.
Yes. I have zero problems talking medical. M. Gabriel says nearly suffocating will make anyone change their mind about being vented. Where Kingpin's talking, he used to work in ordering and receiving, and hospitals blew money like crackheads. Well, a lot of supplies are, you could consider, overpriced, because if you go and look for a Trauma One med kit, good luck finding one for probably under $300-400. If you want to have, a good trauma kit. Who says this is a family show?
It's a dysfunctional family show.
This definitely isn't PG-13. This is like probably R-rated at minimum. Gun-loving grandpa's back. He says he just got home. Everyone's going after Kingpin. Kingpin, you might want to click the link and come in and save yourself and justify what you're saying. Oh crap, I think I'm keep posting the link to the video. Hey Mia, I am a DNR. I have certain conditions where I can be resuscitated, but my standing is a DNR. And I've had that DNR since I was 13. And DNR would stand for do not resuscitate. So, I guess Mr. Seven got stuck cooking dinner. He was hoping that his wife was going to be cooking dinner so he'd be able to. So,
What's going on?
hey, Mystic, how's it going? So, Mia, the reason that I am a DNR, it comes from a lot of it when I was working LTC, and I dealt with quadriplegics and everything, and I don't want to feel like I would be a burden on somebody else and require 24-hour assistance by other people. If I can't, participate in helping take care of myself, then I just don't want to be involved in it. I'd rather just let me go. I don't want to be on life support for the rest of my life, and it's just decisions that I've made, seeing some of the things that I have seen. And I've just decided, no, if I can't, live a semi-normal life, then just let me go. Don't resuscitate me. So Kingpin's asking if you're going to talk, Mystic, because you know about all of this stuff.
I only know it from the EMS standpoint. I mean, what they do in the hospitals and all that. I mean, I'm less educated on that. But Mia would know a lot more on that. But I just know it from the EMS standpoint.
Yeah. And I have a card in my wallet that, kind of gives, it's the DNR on there, and then it says what they can and cannot, if I'm going to, if I've been dead for 4 minutes, I'm going to be pretty much probably brain dead the rest of, or, severe brain damage due to lack of oxygen. Don't bring me back. Just let me go. Let me check out.
I've had the discussion with my wife, and I told her, if I end up like that, just pull the plug, roll me in the ditch. I'm fine with that. And she said she couldn't do it, and so I haven't. I don't have a DNR. Just I haven't gone that far yet, but I've thought about it.
And you don't have to do, like a DNR. You can do medical stipulations in most hospitals and with your doctors and stuff, so that it's in your file that, hey, I don't want, to be on life support, and just give stipulations on what you do and what you don't do, what you do and you don't want, and, you can always point somebody else as a medical power of attorney. You don't have to have your, you would love your wife, but, it's hard to ask somebody that you're, married to, either wife or husband, to make that decision on if they're going to pull the plug or not. Well, Mia, I don't have kids, but I've had advanced directives and all that since I was working in the medical field, and I've kind of kept my same stance all the way since I was like 13 on what I do and I don't want, which is kind of weird that, even back then I was thinking about death. Well, Kingpin, on your question, your wife, husband is dying in front of you. Who is not going to try to bring them back, DNR or not? Um, if you have had the discussion, you completely understand what your spouse really wants. It could be a hard decision on, yeah, do I save them and know that I've just broken their trust, or do I let them go and do what they ask, knowing that it's going to break my heart? Uh, I had a lot of friends that were dying and family members, so it brought a lot of that into, you know, the equation that was going on. Plus, at that time, I was not the most upstanding of people and was getting in a lot of trouble. And so I kind of figured I probably wasn't going to see my 18th birthday. So why should I try to, you know, worry? Because I was running around with gangs, I was selling drugs, I was doing whatever I had to do to make money. Yeah, like Mia saying, you know, it's a hard decision, but a lot of times, you just have to go, okay, this is what they want, you know, it's going to suck for me. But there's times that you can, when to override it, or if a doctor's saying, hey, you know, this isn't going to be permanent, you know.
Well, speaking along those lines, I mean, as of right now, I am my sister's medical power of attorney. She's being put on the heart transplant list. So I'm person there during surgery and all that. So comes down to it, that's, a choice I have to make if it comes down to that. So, which won't be an easy decision because we already lost one sister 4 years ago. So, I mean, not an easy decision.
It's never an easy decision to, hey, this is somebody I truly love, or care about. And now I have to make that decision. Do I let them go or do I keep them around? And sometimes you have to ask yourself, am I doing this for me or am I doing this for them?
Yeah. So, and in her case, I mean, it's heart transplant. So, it's, a big deal. So, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And there's now that a lot of us are getting to the age where things, aren't going to make us any younger. You're starting to push late 30s, 40s.
Oh, speak for yourself. I'm 21.
Sure.
Forever 21.
Exactly.
But, we have to think, that what is best for everything, I see how it is.
Now with all this Corona and stuff. Like I said, she went to California, and then she ended up cutting her vacation short. She stayed in the house because of how bad it was there. And then I flew to Vegas to drive her back. But she's been in her house. She already worked from home anyways, but she's been in her house and hasn't left. So either me or one of her friends has been bringing her groceries and bringing her whatever she needs. Same thing with my mother and stuff. So that's why I keep her out of the population.
Yep. And yeah, that's the thing is, we have people, that are in the high risk category, young to old. High risk doesn't, have some of the people that are in their late 50s, 60s, 70s are going to have a different higher risk factor. But who's to say that 5-year-old fighting, leukemia isn't a high risk? He's high risk. His immune system is compromised, or her immune system is compromised. And so being family, friend, whatever, you have to think about what your activities are, and what are you bringing in and subjecting that person to.
Yeah, besides going to the grocery store, I mean, that's pretty much all I've done. I went to the store for my sister, not my sister, my mom yesterday, who was arguing with me because I pretty much grounded her. Like, I can still get out and about. No, you can't, Mom. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So I told her it's my turn to ground her.
Tell her she can get out and about, but she has to wear a bubble.
Yeah. Well, she insisted on me because, Friday, I went shopping for her on Friday, and that's, the 3rd for her. So that's when she gets her money in. But I went to town the Monday before that. She's like, well, I'm going with you. She's like, I'll stay in the car. I said, all right, fine. I guess you can just stay in the car. And after staying in the car Tuesday, she made the decision, I'm not going with you Friday. It's boring sitting in the car.
Yeah.
But
You're not bringing the chat down, Mia. Actually, I think I've gone up like 3 people watching since you've been making some of your great points. So you gonna do any shooting, Miss Mystic?
it's been cold the last 2 days, so I haven't really been out there. I think he was going to do a video later, but I might hear in a few days. It's been a little while. But right now it got really warm and it was staying like 70s, and then yesterday the high was like 35. Hasn't quite warmed up yet.
Yeah, that's the way it was. We had a nice week and a half of really nice weather, and then pretty much the last week and a half or so, we've been just having nothing but rain or cloudy days that just make it so you don't want to go out and do anything.
Yeah, it's been the same here. Today's been pretty nice. It's been mostly sunny.
Plus, it's like one of the things. I mean, it's hard to get ammo, so it's like, do you really want to go out there and shoot just for fun, or he's been shooting for his videos and stuff, but such a shortage. It's like, well, I don't know.
I was gonna go this morning and put a few rounds through the new Taurus. But when I changed my clothes, the bed grabbed me and took a nap instead.
Yep. I at least it was on and off raining down here, so one of these days I'll buy a canopy or something, so I have coverage for when I go out. And I don't know if the gun loving grandpa is still out. Him and I have been discussing on doing another giveaway here on this channel. So if he's still in the audience, if he wants to discuss this, we can. Not sure if the gun loving grandpa is still out there or not. And see, the thing is we've all been in the 2A community for a couple years, so we should have some ammo stockpiled because we've seen what goes on.
Yeah, the gun loving grandpa, he just said he's still here.
So, Buck, do you want to come on and we discuss this, or do you want to type it in chat? What we were discussing? Or do you want me to go ahead and just say it? Let's see if he... Yeah, Mia, you should go back and read some of your comments that your husband said. He was saying you were punching him in the face for no reason. I could never believe you would do something like that to him. Well, DM, you've made Kingpin feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Stuck up.
Okay. Well, if you guys want to discuss stuff, I'm going to read the email.
You know how to read?
Sometimes.
That means somebody has to talk. And we all
Oh,
know I'm
that-
very good at that. Are you still over there sucking up to David?
Yeah.
Well, so far I have not gotten the email from...
So, are you going to start doing videos again, Mystic? do
I-
chat?
I've thought about it at times, but video wise, it's like I gotta be in front of the camera, and I hate being in front of the camera. I'm fine with the videos itself. I just hate being in camera. But lives, I thought about doing a couple lives, but I said nah. Decided to be lazy instead. Especially on the nights where there's not many chats going on and everyone's stuck at home and not doing anything.
Okay, so Mr. Gun-loving Grandpa, or as we call him, Buck, emailed me a few days ago. About an idea, and I'm thinking it's going to be a pretty good idea for like a giveaway kind of. So we will do more conversation on it. I may just do a video either later this evening or in the next couple days with all the details on it. But just remember, guys, that even if you can't go to a gun range, there's always places. Mystic doesn't have to worry about it. She has her own little shooting range on her property, but not everybody's lucky like that.
I just opened my back door.
And but we have BLM land, Bureau of Land Management, that for the most part is open to go shooting on, unless you're in like fire season and stuff like that. You can always go on to their webpage and check in your area. You definitely can't do any shooting on the BLM land where they have camping available. You might be able to go out past there, but a lot of that is all information that's on their webpage and stuff. So you can always check that so that you can be able to go practice shooting while gun ranges and stuff are down.
Make sure you check ahead of time. There are some public lands that are being closed right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of the national forestry land is being kind of in certain states are being shut down, and of course state parks and stuff like that. But I'm not sure that you're ever allowed to shoot at state parks. There may be areas that are considered state land where you can, but some of that is being shut down in certain states. We have Kingpin in the house now. So,
what up?
How's it going this evening, Mr. Kingpin?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How is everybody?
I'm doing good.
I figured I'd come in and spice it up a little bit.
I'm not sure why you keep saying this is a family show.
I have Tourette's.
Wouldn't Tourette's then make you want to use?
Hey, don't bog me down with useless details.
I mean, if Tourette's would be like Calaveras yesterday on foul territory. I mean, in under 3 minutes of the show, he's already dropping the F-bomb.
Did you watch Budget Guns and Gear last night?
For a while, then I passed out.
So you heard the first couple minutes, Budget was going off the chain. Then Midnight popped in and probably used every curse word that he can supply. I mean, he was going nuts.
So, Buck, I know at least in my area, I don't use indoor ranges or outdoor ranges. I stick to going to BLM land and stuff. So that's just my preference because there's really no one out there. So I can kind of, have as much time as I want to be out shooting. I don't have to be under a time crunch, or some ranges charged by the hour.
Yeah, the gun club I belong to, they're still open, but they've reduced their hours, and they're not allowing you to bring guests right now. When you come in, and you have to use hand sanitizer as soon as you walk in the door, and it's a real small club. There's only 6 lanes, and they've cut out a couple of the lanes just to keep the shooters farther apart.
Yeah, I still don't understand why your governor there, Mr. Faust, has decided to shut down fishing. Wouldn't fishing by definition kind of require separation?
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah. He has shut down fishing, and I think he's shut down most of the boat launches.
Did you see where, I guess it was San Francisco, or it might have been San Diego, there was a guy out there paddle boarding by himself, and they arrested him?
Yeah. Yeah, my wife was telling me about that. But the thing is if you know the beaches are closed, and you've been told the beaches are closed and everything, and you kind of go out and you do something like that, and then you refuse to listen to the lifeguards and stuff, you're asking to go to jail.
Well, that's the problem. It's not the fact that he was out. There was nobody. If he fell in the water and started drowning, he's gonna die. And then the family will sue the city and all kinds of stuff. So no lifeguards on duty to pull you out of water. You can't be in the water.
Well, I heard there was lifeguards yelling at him to get back in, that all of that was closed.
Oh, see, I thought that was just the regular police. I didn't know it was the lifeguard. I thought that was the police saying, "Get in here."
No, I guess the lifeguards were yelling at him to get in and everything, and he refused to listen to them. So they called the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department launched a boat and went out and took him into custody.
Yeah, that was funny, man. Perp walked them all across the beach. It was wild. Yeah, my friend just got back from our local Walmart, and he said back in the ammo department, there's a big sign that says we're not selling hunting, fishing, or licenses or any ammunition. So he just hid the sign and then brought somebody over there and bought some shotgun shells and some 22. We paid $17. Let me get it real quick. For a box of the Winchester 3-inch, just basic 12 gauge slugs with the Sabot slug, and $17 for a box of 5.
The 402 Outdoorsman says paddle fishing and fishing tournaments are shut down in North Dakota, but can still regularly hunt and fish. Yes, I can still find 9mm like ammo, and I've seen a couple 5.56 and 2.23. Hello, Mike. How's it going? Let's check out ammotogo.com. Pistol ammo. Looks like they're out of 45 long Colt. There's 1,000 rounds of 9mm FMJ, 17 in stock for $335. Some more 124 FMJ, 16 in stock. $500 rounds of some Syntec 124 grain. Looks like these guys have got some ammo in stock. This is 9mm. So check out some rifle ammo and go 223 5.56. See if they have. Hey, look at this. 55 grain FMJ Tula. PMG. These guys seem to have some ammo in stock. And it's only like 44 cents a round. Still up from what it used to be, but better than some other companies. Frangible ammo. 1,000 rounds at 51 cents a round. Hopefully that could help some guys that are looking. So, ammotogo.com. So there is a link to Ammo to Go out in the audience. Well, let's see if they have 7.62 by 39. Wolf. There you go. 28 cents a round. We've got some Brown Bear. 33 cents a round. There you go. 1,260 rounds. Some Wolf. So you're looking anywhere from 28 cents to 70 cents. Let's find out. Let's just pick some Wolf ammo, add it to the cart. It's taking us 2 to 3 days to get orders processed and onto the carrier's trucks. Is what it's looking. So let's see. There would be if I wanted it shipped to me. You're looking about that for shipping cost. Yeah. Oops. Now I'm screwing everything up. There. That's what I think about YouTube. Yep.
There you go.
If you got them, show them. That's all I got to say. What do I think is better, Ruger 5.56 or SNW M&P 15? I don't have experience with any of those. Not an AR fan, so I would be on gun-loving grandpa's side with the 7.62 by 39, 7.62 by 54R. Just saying, I do like that commie gun.
I've got the Ruger 5.56, and it's fantastic. At least in my opinion, it is. Plus, Ruger customer service is stellar.
There you go. I hope that helps you, Mike.
I know
The-
that the
Go ahead.
M&P 15 is really popular, but I don't have experience with either of those two.
One of the problems that we have in Maryland with the M&P models, because I've always wanted to get an M&P Sport, but they don't make it with a heavy barrel, and Maryland requires every rifle long gun to have a heavy barrel.
And I don't think that YouTube allows you to link if it is in like a pre-recorded video. Now in a live stream, I don't know. I haven't looked at all their rules and everything. But I got 86 people. I got 86 subs. Do you think YouTube's spending their time looking at what I do?
Somebody hurry up and take a screenshot of the comments section. Midnight said that he agrees with me.
Oh snap!
I'm not sure what the prices are right now, but at one point in time, you could get one of those Rugers for about right around the $600 area, maybe
Well,
even cheaper.
Here, let's break their rules and let's go to. Let's go to Gunbroker.
Yeah, you can go and screen share on all of these sites. What they poo poo about is when you post links and advertise, hey, this you can find this gun over at, you know, Mystic Guns and Gear shop. Here's the link. That's why we don't post Stan from SS Pawn. We don't post his direct link in the chat. We just tell people to go to SS Pawn.
So here's some Ruger 5.56. You got buy now available options, and you've got auction options. So I cannot tell you if any of these are good prices. Again, I'm not an AR fan.
I can't even see them. What are the prices they're listed for? Does that say $699.99?
Yeah, there's that $6.99. You've got here's a 223 Rem 5.56 NATO 10+1, but that one's a bid at $434.61.
Yeah, and you don't want to buy AR used unless you're buying it from somebody that you know. Because I know for me specifically, my Ruger's got thousands of rounds through it, so you definitely wouldn't want to buy a used one. Just buy it new, and then put thousands of rounds through it yourself.
Well, here's a new and it's $700, $699.99.
Yeah, and last summer when ARs were like they were giving them away, you could find them cheaper than that, but that's a pretty fair price.
And this one's got flat top 16.1.
See, I don't like the one. Mine's got the A2 front sight. I don't like the one with no sight on it.
See this one. You got this Ruger here. This is $649.49, and it's got your maybe if I can. It's got your sights on there. So factory new condition FFL is required, of course. Hey, poor conservative, what's going on? And looking online is just, nice so that you can kind of get an idea. So if you go to, like your local stores, you can always say, well, hey, I can get it on Grab a Gun or I can get it on Gun Broker, and maybe they're willing to budge a little bit on their price. I should do an arms list review. So, any topics?
I'm sure Mystic is dying to unmute and do a bunch of talking right now.
Well, I don't think she's here right now. She said she'd be right back.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, you're back.
Been busy
So,
texting.
so poor conservative. Where the hell are my fajitas? I think I'm a native. Andrew Faulkner saying he did fajitas also. I'm thinking, where the hell's my fajitas? Oh, native to your household. That's a little more specific.
You live in Washington, right, Foss?
Yes, he does.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just outside the capital of Washington, just outside Olympia.
Did you see where the Seattle chief of police said that she wanted people to call cops on people that used hate speech?
Yeah, I saw something about it, but I didn't read the article.
Yeah, she basically said, if someone mostly it's focused on the Chinese flu or the Kung flu or the Chinese Red Death or whatever people are calling it, and so she said if you hear people using hate speech, call the police, call 911.
That's gonna tie up friggin' the 911 dispatch for actual emergencies.
Well, it's not against the law.
There's no such thing as hate speech. It's invented by radical progressives.
I think for breakfast, I am going to make some chorizo and eggs, or in Spanish, chorizo con huevos.
You know what else goes really good with a nice breakfast on a Sunday morning?
Beer.
The Gizzard Gary early bird chat.
Sunday mornings, I always have the same thing: 2 eggs, 2 toast, 2 sausage, and a cup of hot chocolate.
So you go to Denny's on Sunday morning.
Yep, I make it myself. Usually about 4 o'clock in the morning when it's nice and quiet, and I can enjoy my over easy eggs.
Yeah, but see, the thing is Seattle has been progressive on the catch and release for so long, it's nothing new. I mean, they were doing that before any of this was popular. What, for the last year they've been doing catch and release, kind of, in Seattle.
Yeah, and then in Olympia, the city council has put restrictions on what the police can do. So they can't deal with a lot of the homeless and the small petty crimes that are going on. And I've talked to a few of them when they come in for snacks at night, and it's a little bit frustrating for them, and it's frustrating for all the citizens that are having to deal with all this.
Yeah, I know in Seattle they've lost a few officers that have decided that they just go ahead and retire or transfer to other police stations because they're like, well, I can't do my job, so why should I, stick around here, And one officer was saying he caught the same guy doing, felony charges. Arrest him, they would be booked, processed, and in front of a judge and back on the street within 24 hours on major felony charges. So it's like, okay, you're gonna let people, do burglaries and armed robberies, just turn around and get right back out on the street. Yep. M. Gabriel, I have no idea. I don't live anywhere near where there's a Casey's.
Our Casey's is, but I imagine they all are. I think they're doing it to where like some of the stuff that you were able to like just grab on your own, like the self-serve stuff, you can't do that anymore. You have to have someone get it for you, but as far as I know, they're still doing food. You can still get pizzas and sandwiches or whatever.
I know, like, the Love's truck stop close to us, they have a employee that will get your soda and any of your, like, hot dogs or whatever that they have. I like going in there for getting my sodas because they have the best Coke in town.
I'm okay with that. That's a nice little full service deal, and I can just be lazy and not have to do it myself.
Right? The only thing that I hate is, like, so I'll order a soda and then I tell them, hey, I don't want a straw, and then I have to walk next door, which is Arby's, so that I can get a straw from Arby's, because otherwise, if I get a straw from Love's, it's a paper straw, but if I go over to Arby's, I can get a plastic straw.
We don't have any paper straws here, I don't think.
Yeah, you don't live in a commie state that has banned all plastics, except if you like go to a restaurant, you can get plastic straws, but if you go to a convenience store, you have to get a paper straw. I don't know the logic, but hey, as long as I can still get my plastic straws, I don't care.
I think California is just basic paper straws. I don't think you can get anything else.
I haven't tried the paper straws that are out now, but Back in the 70s, they tried to push the paper straws, and you couldn't make it through a soda before it melted.
Yeah, the new paper straws aren't any better. I got a paper straw. I took one drink. You could taste the paper. I took it out. I threw the straw out, and I grabbed and I went over and got a plastic straw from a like McDonald's or a fast food restaurant. And right now they're at least still giving them to you for free. You know, so like the Arby's is attached to the Love's truck stop near us, so we can just go right in and say, hey, can I get a straw? And they're like, yeah. Straws are nice when you're driving down the road and you have to slam on your brake. You don't want that soda coming flying right all over you. Yes, so true, Midnight. If you haven't used a paper straw, go tear up a paper towel roll, put it in your mouth, then try to sip a drink. Yeah, the stainless straws are nice, but then you've got to clean them and disinfect them, and it's just too much work. Just grab a plastic straw and throw it away. It is what it is. It's not going to kill us. We've been doing it for a long time. Hey, I miss being close to a Sphinx because I would go in there and get the uh, what's it, orange dreamsicle or the pineapple that they had, which was made with cane sugar and not high fructose corn syrup. Oh my god, those things were so friggin' amazing. We need a Sphinx out here in the West Coast. Uh, in some places, no, you cannot get a plastic lid. You get paper lids also. But for the most part, yes, you still get plastic lids with your plastic cup and paper straw. What's going on, New York? Rob D's in the house. So, M. Gabriel, a paper lid is made out of like the same material that they use for a drink carrier at McDonald's or any of those fast food restaurants. It's kind of the same cardboard-ish. I heard Star Clucks uses them, but I don't go to Star Clucks. When they decided that they don't want to have firearms in their buildings, fine. That and their coffee is over roasted, so I just don't like the taste of burnt coffee. I can do that at home.
Yeah, I never understood Starbucks. It's I think it's awful coffee. I don't drink coffee anymore, but it's it's bitter and terrible and overpriced.
Oh, I go to Dutch Brothers. They have really good coffee. But that's my choice. a midnight. Rob D is upstate New York. He's not one of those other Yorkers. Yeah, Dutch Bros is a like West Coast. That is one thing I thought was weird is over here on the West Coast we have drive-in coffees like everywhere. They're pretty much on every other corner. But when I was in Simpsonville, South Carolina, you couldn't find a drive-up coffee shop if your life depended on it. You could find, CVS or Walgreens or Spinks everywhere, but you could not find you a coffee shop if your life depended on it. Dutch Bros is pretty big in Colorado. See, Dutch Bros originated here in Oregon, and I like supporting them because they do a lot of supporting of local community events and things. So it's nice that they do a lot of giving back to the community that they're in. So it's money that, yeah, you're paying a little more for your coffee and stuff, but you're also helping, your local community at the same time. Me too. Daniel says, "Me too, Mia. Did you see the vids he posted from the city? Pretty crazy to see the streets empty like that." Yeah, you should. If you know anything about like Seattle, if you look at like Pike Place Market, oh my God, that thing is so dead. Are we talking about a different Simpsonville? Because Simpsonville, South Carolina, not sure that there was a Chiefs bar. I know the Turn One, which was a redneck bar, and then Gigi's. Gigi's was awesome. If you're in Simpsonville, South Carolina, it's a members only bar. And if Flo is still there, she rocks as a bartender, and she makes probably the best food you'll have. Yeah, it's probably in Greer. I mean, there's probably other places that were there. I was only there for a little over a year. Where'd you go shooting, Rob? So, poor conservative, do you go down to Simpsonville for the balloon festival, the hot air balloon festival, or what? Yes, there's a really nice hot air balloon festival down in Simpsonville, South Carolina. Not as nice as New Mexico. I have not been to the one in New Mexico, so yeah, midnight. I guarantee you, if you tried to walk into Gigi's without a members, they would just have you escorted out. I watched people get escorted out of there quite often. You either have to be a member or you have to be signed in by a member. So, trying to think. Like, look, when I was living in Simpsonville, I was like pretty much downtown. I was in a really nice area. I had huge apartment down there. Dirt cheap. 3 law enforcement officers lived in that building in the complex. It was nice. Oh my god. Midnight, you are so wrong. So, poor conservative, the next time you're in Simpsonville, have your buddy take you over to Gigi's. And if Flo is still working there, you can tell her that Dan sent you. Tell her DJ Dan sent you. So, Ozzy, in South Carolina, at least in the like Simpsonville area, they have members only bars so that you're able to smoke inside the bar. And it's like $5-10 for a lifetime membership. So, so it's not like that it's, a true, oh no, you got to do some weird thing to become a member. Pretty much just a member has to be there to say that, yeah, and then you pay your money, you get your membership. Otherwise, you can become a member, but like you pay your money, then you can't actually order any drinks in the bar for 24 hours before your membership becomes active. So you could be signed in by a member who was already there. It's nothing that. I think my cat's got the Rona. She just sneezed. The poor conservative. Cool. So midnight. Are you gonna do any other live streams besides your one on Sunday, or are you just gonna only stick to Sunday?
He barely does the one on Sunday.
Huh. I guess I'm not allowed. Because I am over 4 foot tall. The poor conservative says Sunday's plenty. Wow, there is no love for midnight tonight. Or any other night.
I was gonna say, is there ever any love for Midnight? I
I
mean,
got-
you heard his wife talk about him. I mean, really, is there any love?
I've got plenty
Hey.
of love for Midnight. He just doesn't want any of it.
He is one of the very first channels that allowed me when I was still a little tiny guy, and I'm still, a tiny guy with only 80 something members or subs, that allowed me to come on and BS on his chat, even though I wasn't on it for very long.
It's probably why nobody will sub to your channel. They know you're friends with him.
Probably.
Well, Midnight's a hooker with a heart of gold.
Midnight and Gary were the first ones to let me be on their channels. And Rich White, the 1%er. It's definitely interested in being hated by my fans. Well, at least, it's hated or loved, they're still thinking about you. Ozzy says he doesn't know about love, but he likes him a lot. I think Mia is willing to put him up for sale.
She tried. Nobody would take him.
I think she's lowered the price to a high point.
I didn't see that auction. I'd have paid.
You would pay for snobs, so you're not a very good judge of character.
Well, I haven't seen proof of delivery either, so let's get that done.
I'll send him on a plane with a printer. Of course, I still don't have that Kimber yet, so I mean, apparently the mail's really slow.
It got sent to me. I'll think about rerouting it. You're always allowed on the panel, poor conservative. Well, then he won't have anybody on his show if he sends out links to the people he can't live without. .402, he's not doing any live streams on his channel because he's on everybody else's channel. I mean, this man is probably the hardest working guy in show business and not making a dime at it.
Who's that? Midnight?
You.
Oh, what did you say? I wasn't paying attention.
I said you don't know how to do live streams anymore because you're on everybody else's channel. You're the hardest working man in show business without getting a dime.
Yeah, I'm trying to get up there. Regis Philbin was like the most on TV personality in like history, so I'm trying to be the most on live chat person in history.
He just forgot how to do it.
Hey, Rob D, learning from Jerry Mixler is a good guy to learn from.
Quick little promotion time. The 402 Outdoorsman, really fine person. Talked to him a couple of times on some chats. Go ahead and sub to his channel and check out what's going on over there and encourage him along.
Yes, I know. I do believe I am subbed to his channel. I think I'm subbed to everybody that's in here and people that aren't in here. And if the 402 wants to jump on and promote his channel, he's more than willing to, even though he's got way more subs than I do.
Andrew Faulkner's another one out there. Got a really cool channel. Super, super awesome person. I consider him a very good friend of mine. And go check out his channel too.
Finally, you say Rich White 1%er enough, and he finally shows up. I mean, it's kind of like Beetlejuice. Rich White's another guy to watch his channel. He does his on Sundays.
Most of the time. There's a few that I thought he was going to come on. He never sent out links. Never came on. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, you got that blue wrench. You can definitely post a link to that channel so that people can sub to be able to watch you on there. Or you can jump on the link here and discuss how you're going to be on that channel. Wow. Rich put another gun on layaway. He's buying his wife a Ruger American in 450 Bushmaster.
That's why none of us can get guns. Rich is buying them all.
I know, that's like what, his 15th gun in the last 3 days? Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Highlight the channel link, Control C, click back into your comments and hit Control V. Wait. Didn't you get at 20 gigs a like P320 and now you've put another gun on layaway? So that's at least 3. So I did say 3 correctly. I just said 3 days, not 3 guns. Well, you can still click the link in here and come in and talk about that other channel. That is another option. Oh, you've had the Shockwave for a while. My bad.
Joe Smith's a pretty cool dude. He does some firearm stuff. He does Stump the Tool Guy, where he pulls out. He's got every tool on the planet Earth, so he'll bring out an obscure tool and have like a quiz to see, who can guess what it is. Every week he does a Name That Tune, where he plays a little clip of some music, and everybody tries to figure out, name the artist and the song. And it's all about bragging rights. There's no gifts or anything like that. It's just something cool to do. Every once in a while, he used to do the Joe Smith News Network, where he'd come in and just talk about obscure news stories that you might not have heard about. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on over on the Joe Smith channel. He's a good guy. I like him a lot.
Well, now there is a link to that channel in the chat, so if you want, you can go and sub that guy too.
Yeah, every Friday night he does a Joe Smith After Dark. It used to come on at 9, but he realized that Gizzard Gary was on at 9, so it was going to really cut into a lot of his audience. And I think he moved it to 11 p.m. Friday nights Eastern.
So now he goes against Budget when Budget hosts his show.
Yeah, he's got a half an hour before Budget comes on. Budget comes on at 11:30, and then the Daily Gun Show comes on at 12. But it is what it is. There's a lot of people doing shows and stuff out there, so occasionally they're going to bump heads. Plus, Joe Smith's not a Gun Channels member type of, if you understand what I mean by Gun Channels member.
Yeah.
He just comes into a lot of our chats and he knows a lot of us, so he's not really aware of the Gun Channel schedule.
I try to make sure I'm not stepping on toes, but the person who would normally follow me never does shows, so it doesn't seem like it matters if I decide to do a 3-6 hour show. Where is that hubby of yours, Mystic?
Eating a cheeseburger with mayo.
Yes. If you're not sub to Sandhill Shooter, give him some love also.
I had to make sure I put that mayo part in there just for David.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
I don't
Mia,
like mayo. He does.
Mia said, "Is G redoing Gun Channels?" Yes, in a way. It's not going to be like it was before. It's going to be more of an archive as opposed to the video hosting or social media site, I guess, if you wanted to call it that. But it's going to be more of an archive of all that's been going on and all that happened on Gun Channel since he had it open.
Hey, mayo is way better than putting Miracle Splooge on your sandwiches.
I don't like either one.
Miracle Whip is awful, and so are the people who like it.
Oh, he eats Miracle Whip too.
Exactly.
Mustard's the only way to go.
Mayo mustard on a hamburger, yes. Mayo mustard on sandwiches, yes.
Yeah, but if you put mayo and mustard on a sandwich, you really don't even know. Like it, the mustard overpowers the mayo. You don't even know that mayo's even on there.
Depending upon what kind of mustard you're using,
I just use normal mustard.
like French's, classic yellow.
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of a mustard snob. I like stone ground or some brown mustard. Spicy brown. So Snob likes the creamy white stuff.
I guess that's one way of putting it.
But spicy brown mustard is, I've tried a few different ones, and there are brands you have to go with, like Beaver Spicy Brown. That is a good spicy brown mustard. Mia says that she's going to have to leave because we're talking about mustard. Wow. Kingpin's going to ban my audience.
I know, and I didn't even do anything. How rude.
He says he'll keep the poor conservative and he'll keep Foss. But it seems like everybody else, Midnight is gone.
Wow, really? Really?
I'm gonna keep Foss, even though he says he likes mayo, but he's a good dude. And I'm gonna keep Mia because she doesn't like mayo, but she's on the fence though because she's not a fan of mustard, and I do like me some regular mustard. All the rest of that stuff's suspect.
I see how it is, David. I see how it is. Just whatever.
You're a mayo instigator.
I don't even like mayo. I just told you what snob was happening.
Yeah, you see, that's what I mean. You're an instigator.
I am not.
Yep, I definitely agree with Buck on that statement.
I'm going to. Big meanie.
Send him some Duke's mayonnaise.
He's gonna get some strongly worded text messages.
Now I'll just get somebody to put mayo on his door handle every morning. Make sure you get underneath the card handle also, so when he goes to stick his hand to open the door.
Well, hey, Rich is only like an hour away. We can get him to do it.
Yeah, I just posted my address in the chat, so everybody come on by and visit and send all your packages.
Yeah. Exactly, poor conservative. That's why I was saying that.
That's even better. Thanks, Rich.
He'll wake up and he'll have nothing but friggin' mayo pictures in his inbox, and he'll be like, "What the hell is going on with this?" Colonel Mustard in the sandwich. Just follow the napkins.
I don't seem so. It doesn't seem so funny now with the TP and paper shortage. All y'all want my napkins now. Hey, Kingpin, let's go to Burger King, man. I'm buying.
That's a good idea.
I'm trying to figure out where this toilet paper shortage is.
I can't wait to get my new patch. If you guys haven't seen it, you should go on alananchor.com and check it out.
Oh,
It's pretty cool.
that toilet paper one?
Yeah. She sent it. It should be here anytime. Pre-ordered it.
I'm waiting for my Every Second Matters patch from Mr. Gizzard Gary that my wife won.
I have quite a few at Gizzard Gary. Plus I got the big KFC bucket that says Gizzard Gary.
Mm-hmm.
I
I have the smaller sticker of the Gizzard Gary chicken bucket,
I have the big one.
and then the wife, when he did the Roman numeral question, I asked her. She said it. I typed it, so it was kind of a joint win. And so that one will be the double G with the chicken holding the AR-15 on it. Rick White says he wants his share of those napkins. We still have toilet paper on our store shelves. You can't find vitamin C, you can't find hand sanitizer, and you can't find like Clorox wipes or some of that kind of stuff, but we do have some TP.
We had a pallet of 12 packs that came in, and They put it out 7 o'clock in the morning, and when I got back to work at 10 o'clock that night, it was completely gone.
They had some at Walmart when I went yesterday. What surprised me is my mom wanted her sleeping pills, and they're pretty much almost out of sleeping pills. I guess most everybody's going to sleep through the quarantine.
Well, some people are going stir crazy because they can't be out socializing, and all this crap, so they're freaking out.
Well, it was starting to calm down. And then yesterday, our governor extended the stay at home, and that night, everybody started panic buying again.
With your governor saying that non-essential people need to stay home or are required to stay home, shouldn't that mean that he is required to stay at home also and not be on TV?
Well, not in his mind. He's special.
Well, he's special, but that's a different category. And yes, I can say this because I used to live in Washington, and I was represented out of the 12th district by Kerry Kendata. Rob says it's all the wives drugging their husbands and kids. The reason why there's no sleeping pills. Hey, Rob, no giving my wife any kind of ideas. I may start getting sleeping pills.
Not a bad idea. Midnight, he was thinking about it, but I think he decided he wasn't going to. I think Obi-Wan might be doing one later. I'm not sure.
Tell Snob that there's a link in the chat on, and we can combine his. He can combine his show with mine.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and work on his video that he's trying to get out.
Sure, excuses.
He has them for everybody, trust me.
Well, that's because they're saying that Advil and ibuprofen are making this worse and causing the pneumonia side of it to set in. So everyone's switching to Tylenol and acetaminophen and all that other. Rob says he has to work on a video, but he's in no hurry. Four guns to clean. That sounds like a project for your daughter. Teach her how to clean firearms. You supervise, she does the work. Anyone else want to chime in on that?
What did you just say about having Rob have his kids clean the guns?
Yeah. Teach the kids to clean the guns and he supervises.
That'd probably be an alright idea if you already had him interested in the subject already. But if they're not into it right now and you sit them down and have them clean them, they're probably going to hate it.
Well, he got her to go shooting, and she's been watching some Jerry Michalik videos, so
Yeah, in that case, I'd say make a thing of it. Sit her down, show her how to take them apart, show her how to clean them. If she gets bored, let her get up and walk away.
it sounds like she's already done it a few times before, but it's been a while, so
All right, well, if that's the case, then throw the hammer down and make her do it. Jeez, lazy kids these days. She probably doesn't even have a job.
Mia says that she just replayed the Karate Kid No Mercy scene in her head.
Yeah, Andrew said, "What kind of chef is that? He's buying popcorn. He should have a little garden in the backyard to where every day he can go out and pluck fresh ears of corn and make her fresh popcorn."
Well, kick her down a couple dollars and have her clean them. See, most of our stores have a lot of stuff. So I hear people saying, oh, you know, shelves are bare. I'm like, shop at smaller stores. You don't want to learn from Jerry or you'll go through some ammo. Well, see, gun loving grandpa, that's why I showed you that ammo site that still has a lot of ammo in stock. So you can get that supply up of target ammo and go right through it. See, you guys are all doing it wrong. Talking about a detachable shower head or water fountain. Just get you a bidet. Then you can have water shot up your ass and get an enema at the same time. Why not?
Well, and the good ones will even dry you off.
Yeah, you get the fancy one that has the air, and after you get your enema, you can blow it out to dry it out. Mystic, I told you in Gizzard's chat, have Snob do your nails. Gizzard, nice timing. Nice timing. Yeah, in the last probably like 2 minutes, this show just went way down south, Gizzard.
It started with mayonnaise and ended with bidets.
Snob could definitely Cerakote your fingernail. So that's an option.
No. No way. Not happening.
He could download some. He could download some, fancy designs and Cerakote them.
But think about this. She's got 10 fingers. How long do you think it would take Snob to get all 10 coated?
10 weeks.
Probably about 3 years.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward closer to G's thoughts there.
Yeah, good point. I've been trying to get him to do other stuff like build a shelf thing and all that stuff. And I've been waiting for it for years. Usually,
Yeah,
it
my
doesn't
wife.
go.
My wife's waiting on me to install a shelf. I have the shelf, so I guess I'm ahead of Snob on that. I at least I have the shelf. I just have to finish and install it.
You people and your fancy shelves, what do you think the floor was made for?
That's what I keep trying to tell her. Just set it all on the floor. Who cares?
Oh, I have a magic spot right next to the bed, the magic floor. I leave my clothes there, and magically the next day they're folded and put away in the dresser.
Hopefully they were washed first.
Yep, all clean.
I gotta get me one of those magic spots on the floor. Put your clothes on it, and all of a sudden they're washed and folded and put away. I think my magic spot's broken. I had to look behind me to make sure I wasn't going to get smacked in the back of the head for that.
Yeah, my wife's downstairs. She can't hear me.
Since when did this become a family show?
According to David, he said it's pretty much from the very start.
I can hear you.
The Snob can hear us.
Yeah, he's in the shower.
Oh, that's a scary thought.
Yeah, no.
If there's no video, it didn't happen.
Nobody wants to see a video.
Keep the camera off. I mean, this may not be a family show, but I don't have the money to pay for therapy for everybody.
Which would explain my therapy bills.
Just a little White Snake music, and you're all good to go.
Nah, maybe it's been Queen.
Nope, it'd be like playing some Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
Well, I said Queen just for one reason.
Fat Bottom Girls.
Because somebody hates Queen and he's not responding.
I like Mia's idea. I'm going to be known as the family show that isn't a family show.
Well, that's a good idea, Andrew. Although I kind of like my toaster, though.
It's easily replaceable. So is life insurance. I mean, I did not say that.
Graham, he was already complaining because he told me to go throw his hoodie in the wash. And, I took that as right now. And so I turned on the washer, and then he's over there screaming because it went to cold water. I said, well, I'm doing what you told me to. So that's pretty much already been done.
Oh, the 1%er says that that's his stick, so somebody's gonna have to come up with a different one. And yes, Buck, we are family. Quite a dysfunctional family, but family.
Do the not so family show.
Oh no, we lost Mystic.
Rage quit. Spread the word around. She rage quit.
Yeah. Just don't know what kind of family. Well, as long as we're not part of the Dahmer family, that's all right. Hey, Jason Stewart. Or the Clinton family. Yeah, we don't want to be the Clinton family either. Or the Donner. Well, you wouldn't go hungry. Always be part of the Manson family. Gives a whole new meaning to the phrase you want a piece of. And we like mayo.
See, I told you. You mayo lovers are cannibals. We got evidence already. See,
We only kill what we eat.
Yes, Tyson decided to take a little nibble out of an ear. I'm pretty sure it had mayonnaise on it. The Gambino family.
like Grimm's comment, he says a leg or a wing. And it makes me think of the Goodfellas scene where Henry's throwing up, and Joe Pesci character and De Niro are like, "How do you like the leg or the wing? Or how about some hearts and lungs?"
And Gizzard says, and Mike Tyson had a tiger also. You know, we made it 3.5 hours before we talked about Tiger. Oh, did you read Rob's comment?
I mean, this is a family show. Come on, please, please.
Yeah, at least video it if you're gonna do it. Uh, it's a family show. You gotta show and tell. Gizzards. Wow. See, I blame Calaveras for this because when he decided to drop the F bomb like 3 minutes into your show, it put the rest of the weekend on a downhill slide. So Rich White's gonna have a worse show than I do, and then well, the closer is just gonna be horrible.
Oh, whoosh.
People who have exotic animals are clearly compensating for something. It's just like having a super jacked up truck and being 5'2" and a dude. Moo's in the house. Yep. There's midnight. Somebody say booty snacks. Oh no. So midnight. When are you gonna do your show later? What time? That's enough of what, Rob?
I think he was saying that's enough of him talking about taking a bite out of his girlfriend's butt. I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about. It might not have been the part where he was talking about taking a bite out of his girlfriend's butt, but I'm pretty sure the part where he was talking about taking a bite out of his girlfriend's butt.
I thought we switched over that it was a stress reliever. It was a stress ball.
Yeah, but who in their right mind would bite a stress ball?
No, using her butt as a stress ball.
Oh, you mean the butt that he was talking about taking a bite out of?
Yes. And Midnight's still not saying what time he's going to do his show. So
He's probably still pretending to wash dishes.
no, he's already admitted that he's done washing dishes and that he was cleaning his wife's guns. Now he's playing with Legos. Probably 10:30ish. So that would be in about an hour.
So then Mia's gonna give him a snack and put him down for Betty Bye.
So that's in about 30 minutes. They used to call that foreplay. I look up at the TV and there's a commercial for side by sides from Polaris. And I'm thinking, yeah, I could use one of those, but not at $30,000. Okay, so we were all thinking the wrong thing. She says, not that little man.
Oh, I thought we were still in the dirty chat when she was talking about little man.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm guessing that she's referring to the kid.
I always thought Midnight was smooth down there, like a Ken doll.
Yeah, she probably calls him little man just to make him feel good.
No. I like Gizzard's comment. That's got to be the best comment. I thought she meant Clover or Ghost. You can't forget about Ghost Tactical being part of that.
I was thinking about this. We should organize a gun channels roast and host it on the chamber, and just whoever's going to have it on their channel or whatever, and pick just a random gun channels member and have a dais and everything, and just totally rip into them. That'd be fantastic.
Whoever we're ripping into is the channel that it's going to be on.
I mean, you could do
So-
it. You could do
so-
it, that way, or you could host, and we could rip Midnight.
That'd be too easy. If I was hosting, it'd have to be ripping on Gizzard.
I don't know if you're gonna find a whole lot of material to rip on Gizzard. He's too cool.
I know that's the reason why that would have to be on my show. Midnight, anyone could do. I mean, DM Foss could host the ripping on Midnight channel. Never enough. No, Jason, no. There's no advantages to your wife being deaf. I can tell you that. They know how to read lips. And just, yeah, no.
I think that's what the joke was. At the end, he said, "See what I'm saying?"
Yeah, I wasn't around when that the roasts were going on, so road trip. Who's with it? Gizzard. Who are we kidnapping? I mean, who are we going to visit?
The outlaw Hatfield, Mr. Ellis himself. I don't know. He had to step away from the YouTubes and gun channels for a little while, so you might not have got to meet Ellis yet.
I think I've seen like the outlaw pop in on a couple chats. Like comment in the comment section, but not sure. Ozzy says he's in. Buck says he's in. Rob, that goes with anything. If it's got plates on it, that gives anyone the ability to report you. Yeah, exactly. Just like with Washington issuing a snitch line for reporting businesses that are open, that possibly couldn't be open. They're possibly not supposed to be open. I've got 3 buddies that work construction, and yeah, they're told that they can't work because if they get caught, it's what $1,500 to $5,000 per offense per day. Is DM Foss still around?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I was looking at the Outlaws YouTube channel.
That snitch line, isn't it like $1,500 to $5,000 fine per per day per offense.
I don't remember what it is, other than horse shit.
Yeah. Yep. And why would you even call that number? You know, people need to be able to make a living, you know. Yeah, it's kind of bad, but
The article in the paper said that they were already getting reports about businesses being open that weren't essential, and that's why they did the snitch line.
so my question is, a windstorm happens again, like what's happened many a times in Washington and other places, and the roof gets damaged. Do they have to just have water going into their house until this is all gone?
I'm not sure. I read through the list of who's approved and who's not approved, but I don't remember exactly because I know like mechanics and shops like that are still allowed because they're considered essential. I'm not. I think plumbers, but I'm not. I don't recall exactly everybody that's on the list.
Yeah, construction companies aren't. They're deemed non-essential.
That's not exactly accurate. I mean, because electricians, plumbers, uh, lawn mowers, I mean, all kinds of construction workers around here are allowed to go to work.
Yeah, well, in Washington, and like a lot of the construction guys are told they're not allowed to go.
A lot of that's going to fall into specific. If they're working on a government building, then the government shuts down. They're going to shut down the job site. Uh, we've got contractors that close their businesses just because they chose to, and then people like me, I'm based on homeowners mostly. I hardly ever work with contractors. So if you're still going to let me in your house, then I can still come into work. They haven't. The problem over here, which isn't a problem, it's actually a pretty good thing, is they just mass classify. You know, like construction workers are essential, period, because they got all the road crews that are still got to work. You know, all the plumbers that still have to work, all the heating electrics. You know, all these people. If something goes wrong in your house, so in order to stop me from going to do my job, they'd have to break down subcategories in the subcategories in the subcategories, and then they basically have to go business by business and figure that out, and that's far too cumbersome.
Yeah, I know at least here in Oregon, they still have a lot of places open. Um, at least I see a bunch of people on the roads at all times, so not truly sure if any of them are absolute essential. Hell, I'm not even essential if you want to like be specific, but I work in food manufacturing, so they say, "Oh yes, you have to," but a trained monkey could do my job. And I tell my boss that all the time. He said that's why I hired you.
It's still weird. I'm a night manager at a grocery store, and I'm considered essential. And I still get people that thank me for being there, but you know, for me, I'm just doing my job. I get paid to be there. I enjoy what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it. and it's not. I don't see it as being special.
Essential is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Just use your job for a second, Foss. You work at a grocery store. So in order to do that, you need employees. So you got a crew of people that comes in every shift to keep the grocery store running. Then you need supplies. So bread factories have to be open, egg factories have to be open, Twinkie factories have to be open. All those people have to work. Then all that stuff has to get from the Twinkie factory to you. So it's got to come on a truck. So truck drivers have to work, police have to work, the gas station attendant has to work, the mechanic has to work. The mechanic can't fix your part if he can't get a part, so the parts distributor's got to work. Essential is garbage. It's absolutely a nonsense thing. If you're going to call people essential, police, fire department, medical, stop right there, and then call everybody else something else. Because I hang drywall for a living. That's not essential, but I get to go to work every day because I'm a construction worker.
No, you don't need to. You want to. There's a difference between needs and wants. I haven't been to Walmart in forever. So I just choose not to go there.
I still do go once in a blue moon when there's something I know they have that I can't get anywhere else.
Get it on Amazon. No, a watch isn't a need because everyone has cell phones and a cell phone has a clock. So a watch is not a need. Yes, small business is definitely the way to go. In our local area, I go to Sherm's. I dislike going to Walmart. Is there a watch anymore that's not water resistant? I guess when Kingpin gets back, we'll start our close up wraps so that we can end this so Midnight can get on and start doing his live stream. Automatic watches. Mm, right? You have a solar powered watch. Somebody's high class.
Oh, I've got a few um, inexpensive watches that I've collected, ones that I thought were neat, but I don't ever wear them. I'll I'll wear them once in a while just for a little flash, but I haven't worn a watch regularly in years.
Okay, that's like a $300 watch, Rich. I'd say sell the watch and put more money down on the gun. Any plugs you got, DM?
Well, for some barely educational and somewhat entertaining videos, check out DM Poss on YouTube's. Check out Kingpin. He will not promote his own channel, but he's a great guy and he's got some good content. So check out Kingpin.
A Rolex is a good watch, but I'm not sure what a Rolex is. Exactly. You can't tell time when you're dead.
Rich White must be raking in that YouTube's money because he likes expensive watches.
That's what I'm saying. There is a reason why we call him the 1%er. So Snob's gonna try stepping on the toes of Midnight. Huh. Rich says that liking doesn't mean affording. I don't even have a Walmart Rolex. No watches. Is Kingpin back?
Yep.
You want to do your closing plugs?
Good night, everybody. Let's see who's out in the chat. Rob D, New York Outcast. Go check out New York Outcast channel. He's got some cool stuff over there. He's probably going to be posting some more stuff shortly. So, but check his videos out.
Definitely like and subscribe, everybody on the panel. If you already haven't, DM's got some cool videos. Kingpin's got some excellent videos. Rob's got some pretty decent videos. Rick does host a show on Sunday evenings. Gizzard Gary, he's got Friday and Sundays covered. Check out Two Gun Kitty, the Catnip Outlaw. He's been pumping out some content lately. I'm not sure if Snob is. Somebody was saying, Andrew was saying it looks like Snob's going to do a video. So, not 100% sure.
He's got one scheduled.
Oh, for what time?
I don't know. I guess soon. It didn't come into my feed yet. It was on the main page when I pulled up YouTube. Let me see if it's still there. It says waiting scheduled for 10 p.m. So I guess that's any minute now. It'll go live.
Okay, well, thanks for showing up. I'll be back next Sunday evening again, or next Saturday evening. Wow, I don't even know when I'm going to do my own show. So go check out the Gun Snob. If he doesn't do it, midnight we'll jump on and do a show. So we should have a show coming up shortly. Thank you all again, and like, comment, subscribe. Enjoy.
Peace out, flapjacks, baby.
Shall not be infringed.